doing that fellowship, and she is going to spread the word across and inspire the nursing colleagues to enter and empower and engage the simulation to collaborate for the clinical practice, I suppose. And
Hello, Dr. Meghna. Thank you for joining.
Hi, good morning.
Good morning, ma'am. Ma'am, Dr. Guillaume is also joining in a minute.
Okay.
One can start, ma'am.
Okay, so my camera is it?
I can't see your camera, ma'am. No.
Yeah, even the same with me. I'm also not able to see me. I don't know. My camera is on. Oh.
Join the link again, ma'am, once.
Okay, 1 second, because I'm seeing myself as in a black. Let me just see. Okay, I'm not seeing myself. Okay, I'll do one thing. Let me leave and join again.
Yes, ma'am, that sounds okay.
Yeah. Yeah, okay. So now I can also see me. Thanks, Dr. Raj. Thanks for the invite.
Hello, ma'am. Thank you for joining. Guillaume is also joining, ma'am. He's having some connectivity issues. Let me just wait for a moment, and then we'll start the panel. That's okay.
Okay. Am I audible?
You are, ma'am. Yes, very clear.
Okay. Thank you. I'll wait for him to join. Then I think.
Guillaume has joined as well. Yeah.
Yeah. Okay.
Start in exactly 5 minutes, ma'am. So it's scheduled for 9 o'clock.
Yeah.
The two parallel panels happening. So I'll just introduce the other panel and come back here.
Yeah, sure. No problem. Thank you. Hi, Guillaume.
Hi, good morning.
Good morning, Guillaume. How are you?
Not too bad, thank you. So I've got my ASP background from the last meeting. It's okay. I hope it's okay.
ASP are affiliates as well, sir. It's completely all right. Thank you.
Yeah. And I put my college background.
I can't think right. I wouldn't be able to change it right now.
Thank you, Dr. Guillaume, for joining on such short notice. I really appreciate the time taken.
You can only thank my bladder.
Give me 5 moments, sir. We'll just start in 5 minutes. Is that okay?
Yes. I'll check your email as well because I've seen you sent me an email yesterday, but I didn't open it.
Is there any noise disturbance with my side, in the sense like I live under a flight track, so flight path. I'm trying to be inside with less noise, but I still can hear something from outside.
It's fine. I'm using the headset because my laptop itself sounds like an airplane with the fan.
Okay.
So it's only the two of us,
I think it's only two of us.
Okay.
And
I'll be here to moderate as well, Guillaume and Meghna. So, yeah.
So I think we will ask
You first.
questions among ourselves and talk.
Yes, yes, ma'am. Because the interprofessional education and collaborative practice is a relatively new theme in India so far. We have 5 more institutes in India which are really pushing forward. I'm currently
Okay.
pursuing my FIMA fellowship, and that has really helped me understand and get more insights into interprofessional education as well. So we had a discussion amongst ourselves, and we really thought Dr. Guillaume and you would be able to contribute significantly to this panel. So just give me 2 minutes, ma'am. We're just wrapping up
Yeah,
the other.
no problem. Yeah, thank you.
Yes, Dr. Guillaume and Meena ma'am, can we start? Yeah.
Yeah.
So let me briefly introduce our esteemed panelists, and then we can move ahead. So first about Dr. Guillaume. Dr. Guillaume is a PhD, MD physicist, and NDF. He started simulation-based education almost 21 years ago, working on the technological aspect, and very quickly found himself setting up a sim center at University of Hertfordshire, UK, developing scenarios alongside colleagues and then running trainer courses. He then led the development of a larger multi-professional sim center and ended up chairing the UK and EU simulation conference, then ASPE and SESAM in 2006 and 2008. He worked alongside health schools in the faculty and also ran sessions from junior doctors and clinical teams for surrounding hospitals. He's published quite a bit and progressed through the academic ranks and got himself a full professorship in 2013. He eventually relocated to Qatar to help design a new simulation center and then took a director of research position in government ambulance services, still occasionally facilitating simulation-based activities. From running large-scale and tabletop mass casualty incidents simulation to developing an ECMO simulator. He gets involved regularly in consultations and running simulation facilitator courses, providing advice internationally. He's affiliated with SSH for accreditation, certification, and has had some input into simulation dictionary, which is something we all use regularly. He also regularly gets involved with INAXL in the publication of standards, mainly design and debriefing. Dr. Guillaume will be pleased to know that we have Suzanne from INAXL speaking tomorrow as well. He's a strong believer in IP and serve on the ASPE executive committee, as well as in the editor boards of 9 journals in various roles. Now about Dr. Meghna. Dr. Meghna Sudhir is actually one of the first Indians to procure CHSCSA, and I still remember her telling me about it. So she is the first certified healthcare simulation educator advanced from India and UAE with over 15 years of experience in healthcare professions, with 12 years in simulation-based education. She was a master's degree in nursing and an MBA in healthcare service administration. She has completed executive leadership program focused on positive leadership and women in leadership program at Royal College of Surgeons, Ireland. She is pioneered setting up simulation patient program in UAE and leads the program at Mohammed bin Rashid University, MBRU Medicine and Health Science. Leads are responsible for creating and coordinating simulation-based education for undergraduate and postgraduate programs in health professions, as well as assessments including OSCEs and MMIs at MBRU, Dubai. She was instrumental in setting up state-of-the-art simulation center at United Arab University in 2011. She established the AHA International Training Center at MBRU, Dubai. She currently serves as simulation educator and the largest and fully accredited simulation center in UAE at MBRU, Dubai. So we'll jump right into the panel.
Thank you, Dr. Raj.
Thank you. If we can start with Meghna ma'am, how did you handle delivering simulation education during the pandemic? Was your simulation center shut down because of the lockdown? And how did you fine tune it when the students started coming back?
Okay. Thank you very much for the invite, Dr. Raj, and Simulcon 2021. And I'm really delighted to be part of the conference. Thanks a lot. Okay, and greetings from Dubai. So it's good morning, good afternoon to India. And being an Indian, it's an honor to be part of this conference. And to the question Dr. Raj asked, how did we handle this simulation sessions during the pandemic? Yeah, of course, during the initial time of pandemic, when everyone was in a dilemma or in a confusion of what was happening around, we also went into a complete lockdown. So that was a time, immediately we transformed with the existing sessions to a little bit of virtual. Then we went into a period from almost 3 months of a lockdown, where it was the end of the semester. So some of the OSCEs were already over, and some went into a virtual session, and it just faded away. But during that session, we went into tele simulation. So we took the pandemic as an opportunity. So we had our first paper on tele simulation. So how we used Microsoft Teams with its limited capability of those days of March, April time. So that was, we had a paper during that time, and we had online courses. We moved into online courses on community immunity, where we developed online session with the content as well as exams, and we rolled it out to the community. So which reached out to more than 1 million certificates and all those that time. So it was that opportunity period. But later, we progressed back. It was UAE was quick in resilience and coming back. So we moved into telesimulation. From there, we slowly moved into on-campus sessions. So currently, it's a fully on-campus session. So maybe, did I answer your question, Dr. Raj?
Thank you.
Yeah, thank you.
So we had similar issues as well, ma'am.
Yeah.
But it really proved to me that hybrid learning is actually a viable modality.
Yeah.
It's not something that we should probably embrace. Even with the American Heart Association, they're really pushing the blended learning model.
Yeah.
So I think it's something that we should really embrace. Dr. Gio, if you can share your experience in the same regard, in your simulation experience, how it worked out.
Yeah, so I wasn't during the whole COVID pandemic period. In fact, I've not been myself involved in sim, but I'm aware that simulation activities, at some point, all face-to-face was stopped. Also, what happened to the newly established ETCAN Simulation Center in HMC is that it got depleted from resources because at the same time, there were several hospitals in Qatar that were being constructed, and then they very quickly got finalized and opened. So the equipment was not in country yet, so they borrowed the equipment from the simulation center. And then they did orientation sessions in these facilities rather than the sim center. But for quite some time now, simulation activities have restarted again in the sim center in slightly smaller groups, face to face. In the ambulance service training department, the same happened. All education moved to online, facilitated through Teams. But now we're back to face, but in everything is divided into much smaller groups. So it's been quite a difficult period of time for all the education and continuing professional education activities. Similarly, our conferences are still taking place fully online up until the start of next year at least.
Back to Dr. Begla, ma'am, in your country, how does interprofessional practice work? Is that a recognized modality where people work together much more collaboratively than in other countries and in developing countries? How do you see that happening there?
Okay, so interprofessional simulation is something I think everyone wants to achieve. Everyone tries a lot and hard to achieve. And I think whoever works in interprofessional simulation, they know the difficulties which comes along with that. So coming to that point of what happens in the hospitals, definitely people work together as a team. So in the curriculum, we tried it out, interprofessional simulation. So what I see is what works well in interprofessional simulation is mostly with the residency programs where we have postgraduate residency students in dental as well as in the other specialities. So especially with the dental simulation, we do have the residents, the dental surgeons, along with the dental assistants, the dental hygienists, and to the admin staff. So we do simulation around that, and it works perfectly well in the sense because of the small group of students in these residency programs where everybody gets an equal opportunity to be part of it. So I see that with the residency program, we tried out it with the undergraduate medical students, interprofessional simulation in hands of, the takeover with paramedic students. We tried it out with the medical nursing students, but we do had difficulties in that, in the sense like a bulk of the students in one side, where some of them get an active opportunity to be part of it, others becomes participants, but not like what we think of getting an active participation. So this is what I see in the undergraduate program, but residency program and medical students with residents. So now some of those are working. Thank you.
Dr. Gio, same thing. How does it work in Qatar? Interprofessional practice per se and interprofessional education, both.
So I think it depends, a lot of the activities. So again, I'm not speaking, from my experience in the clinical simulation center. I'm mostly speaking from my experience in what I get involved in. So a lot of the work I've been doing in the last few years have been around ECMO education with the medical intensive care unit, and all sessions we have been putting together, they've all been interprofessional educational sessions, so involving the perfusionists, the nurses, the physicians, and at times also the critical care paramedics when we're doing interfacility transfers. So all these sessions are, purely interprofessional. There is no, professional centric, because even if it's for cannulation, for preparing the equipment, looking at the ECMO machine, everybody attends the same workshops, and then everybody takes part in the scenario together. Then when we do also major incidents and exercises, whether it's tabletops or full scale, everybody gets involved because we activate all services when, for the major incidents, we even go and work, with colleagues from the airports, because all the coast guards, depending on the type, we've simulated an airplane crashing at sea near the airport. We've simulated a airplane crashing within the airport, and it goes from that part all the way to admitting simulated patients and patient simulators into the ED through radiology, the whole process. It's a major exercise, and all professions get involved. And when they are on the while they are on their shift, but we put extra resources on top to make sure that normal patient care is not reduced. One thing I would like to mention from my experience also of running IP in undergraduate programs in the UK is that at times the challenges are quite similar in terms of releasing the staff and arranging for timetabling. I mean, when there is a major incident, there is no question, the staff simply have to be released because we consider it as a real event. But when we organize sessions more like for CPD, at times it's a bit more difficult because last minute we'll have registrations which are cancelled because they have shortage of maybe perfusionists or something, and that time that's what we would feel as well, or face with undergraduate students. So timetabling is an issue. So we need to adapt the session so it's on the off days for the groups of staff, when the students do not have teaching, because we need to work across different timetables. So yeah, the issues are still the same. Also, it's not governed by the same bodies. Here we rely on nursing education and medical education departments. in the in undergraduate education, we also depend on how willing are the head of departments or program leaders of undergraduate students to release the students for these programs. But in undergraduate education, we had set up like this IPE committee with representatives from the different professions. So there was actually someone from the department, from the profession, in the group that could leverage and negotiate for the release of the students and find the right solution. So at times it ended up being late sessions, maybe 4 to 8 in the evening with the students. We also had to negotiate to have the staff, the lecturers to help support, because it was not only facilitated by the staff from the simulation center, but also we needed some additional experience from the staff from the departments. Also, in the sim center, we had staff from different professional backgrounds, like paramedics and nursing, and had good help as well from physicians from the local hospitals. But we didn't have a physio, we didn't have a midwife. So at times I needed to borrow staff from those departments, and that depending on their willingness, because there's no overtime payment in the UK higher education sector. For the ECMO team, I had very good support because we have representatives among the faculty from all the professions, because the program was set up from scratch using simulation from the beginning. So from the beginning, there was a core team of people involved that are involved in the delivery of all the workshops, and that makes a big difference.
Meghna ma'am, I think Dr. Guillaume brought a very important point where it's the belief of the departmental heads as well in interprofessional education. So did you face any challenges regarding this in your simulation practice?
So for us, we don't have any challenge in the sense from the faculty or the department heads, because everybody wants that. At the end, they work as a team. So everybody wants. What we see in difficulty with the undergraduate programs, having an interprofessional simulation, is the timetabling, as Dr. Gian was telling about the timetabling, the scheduling, because the curriculum has this much of time. In that, when they put into so much of sessions and everywhere, so it has difficulties, but we are really trying to get it. Now, currently with the year 6 students, our medical curriculum is 6 years. So the 6th year students, we are doing now 4 times an interprofessional sim in the academic year, where whatever they have studied in the whole these years, putting it together into simulation scenarios where they are in our sim center. We have, there are sessions involving nurses, so we are getting the nurses from the hospitals for that. We get the residents, so that when they work, the medical students working with the residents there, then we get simulated patients involved as the bystanders or the relatives or patient. And we are putting some of our clinical tutors, they take the role in the sense like we cannot get that much of doctors from the clinic, because the clinical tutors are doctors. So we put them into those the background and we are running it. So that 4 sessions with a lot of people's collaboration, it is working well. So 3 is already completed and the last one is in February. So, but it is resource intensive. It has human resource, all resources are involved, but it is working. So something which is working, we are seeing, is an interprofessional simulation, which is happening in the final year students. We tried it with first year students, but it didn't work that way. But there are areas of improvement, definitely. Thank you.
If you look at the bedside, when IPE translates into IPCP, interprofessional education translates to interprofessional collaboration practice, what sort of challenges are you seeing when that happens? Like you said, simulation is one thing, but the practice is something else at the bedside of the patient. So what are the challenges that you see, that you face commonly in your center?
Is it to me, Dr. Raj?
Yeah, Dr. Meghna,
yeah.
yes.
Yeah, so for me, my role is, I work in the university. So my role is basically mostly with the simulation center, which is focused on the student side. So putting it back to the hospital, I don't have much of that area, but we get people from there to the sim center and we work on it. But I know that our hospitals, they work as a team. They do have practices. They do have sessions involving IPE in our attached and affiliated hospitals. And if you look into the current model of ACLS, the 2020 guidelines, so something which we have seen is the change in putting as like a team leader testing to the group testing. So somewhere it is moving around from putting a nurse as a team leader or putting somebody who is from a different healthcare background as a team leader and making that person struggle and taking decisions. Instead, they are getting everyone involved. So maybe that is a way forward for getting that interprofessional work along with the specialities or their area of focus. So this is something which is working. So which we have seen even with our the hospital staff which comes into the program.
Right. Yeah, I agree with the ACLS point, ma'am. I don't think interprofessional practice is about putting somebody out of their comfort space and asking them to do something they wouldn't normally do.
Exactly.
So, yeah, so that's right. I noticed that I noticed that change as well. Even we follow the same guidelines here as well, and the assessment now shifted to group mode rather than the team leader mode.
Group model.
Very good point. Yes, ma'am. Guillaume, so what do you see as challenges?
Yeah, I mean, I think simulation definitely helps improve collaborative care among the various healthcare professionals in their clinical practice. And I think one of the key elements of it is a debriefing following any scenario activities, because that's where a lot of the discussion can take place, and they can explain what they did, why, and how to improve the teamwork. So I think debriefing is the key, and that's what makes the difference. The actual scenario activity just provides the subject of the discussion for the debriefing. So all happens in the debriefing, all happens in the tea break, the lunch break, during any long day of simulation activities. And that's where the slightly more of the social bonding happens, and where people build their affinities outside of the stress of real patient care, because they can discuss more openly, because they're not discussing about real people, they're discussing about the simulated case they've taken part in, but the roles they've had to play, even at times regarding the role of some of the confederates. So if anyone was acting in a specific manner to raise a specific learning objective during the activity. So rather than a challenge, it's the opportunity created by the debriefing.
Right. It's not a challenge, right? Now, Middle East has become an education hub of sorts. We have students coming in from different cultural backgrounds, from different countries coming to the Middle East and learning. Now, they come from a place where interprofessional education is not a thing. Interprofessional practice is not a thing. Like where they stick to their roles, they usually obeying orders or giving orders. So, is there a cultural shift or a cultural impact of IPE in your center when you're trying it out? Dr. Meghna, ma'am. Yeah.
Okay. So, good question. So, what I have observed in our students is they are willing, they are open to. So, I cannot see that sort of a cultural issue there. Maybe it's because from the first year onwards, these students are along with a group of people from various backgrounds and how they are molded up in the university. And even if you look into the faculty and the group of people they are interacting, it's all from varied background. So it's a mixture. So I don't think whatever happens in another place is getting an effect here. Here it's open, it's welcome, and if there are faculty and Sim Center staff ready to give them what they need, they are on a side of reception. So I have not seen any difficulty in putting it forward to any students, the concept of IPE or any sort of simulation. Only thing, maybe, I always see the difficulty is between the pre-brief and the scenario, that gap. That moment, that 2-3 minutes between pre-brief and scenario is that confusion. Okay. Then the debriefing area where if they have not, as I was listening to Dr. Guillaume about the debriefing. So in the debriefing, if they were not an active participant and observing what was happening, then it becomes difficult there. Because you have to have from the pre-brief till you finish the debrief, you have to be involved in that. If a student missed that and was maybe playing on a phone or something, thinking something else, that student will have a difficulty. Other than that, I don't think simulation, it's the way the people who facilitate the sim, or the way we help the students journey through simulation. So if we take it in a path which is more comfortable and more it's not like friendly, but professional, yet helping them out way, it works. I think we need to try to make it work. So that's what I believe. Yeah.
Dr. Guillaume, cultural
Yeah.
impact of IPU.
So I'll go back also to the cultural aspect. Working in Qatar, we rely, in healthcare, in over more than 90% expat population to, working. So a mixture of colleagues from India, the Philippines, from North Africa. So it's a multicultural pot. But one, fantastic thing which is always happening for all professions, I think mostly for allied healthcare professions, is there is quite a long orientation period for them to join the department, and that includes a lot of simulation. So really that helps them to integrate better in the department, and then that helps them to take part in the more serious, more focused simulations really related to their role. Again, I'll go back to the example of the ECMO team. They then more easily engage into these sims, which are quite highly realistic, because they've got that taste of simulation experience during their professional. Usually that orientation is uni-professional. It's not IP, but then it helps them to integrate more easily. But as Meghna said, the orientation or the pre-briefing of the simulation activities really, helps people who've not done sim before, because in some of the, like we get people from the Philippines, some come from, the Philippines has many islands, and depending on which city they come from, their education will not be the same. So some may have had, a lot of sim exposure. Some may have had, the very basic old style ALS type of simulation, quite low fidelity, a lot of preparation. They know what the scenario will be, and then the debriefing is not a debriefing; it's purely feedback, unidirectional. So, we need to clarify to them how we're doing it differently, or how we're doing it here, as opposed to what they've experienced before, to try to open them up and let them know it's okay if they don't know how to, if they're not sure. They are here to learn. They can make mistakes. We want them to see how they would do it in a real situation, so that it can be corrected. But again, the pre-briefing orientation to let them know the rule of engagement into the activity are key. So that's an important aspect. So it's every aspect of the simulation activity, from any prerequisites they have to have before taking part in the activity, being engaged into joining the activity, to how it will occur, then how it takes place. So it includes orientation to the equipment. I can see you've got a simulator behind you. The students have never seen it. They may not know you can feel for a pulse, you can auscultate, you can talk, and someone will respond. So they don't have to turn back and try and speak to find the facilitator, who may have disappeared from the room, because they might be in fact standing in the control room now and wearing the headset to speak as the patient, to how the debriefing will take place. So again, all the simulation standards which have been published by INAXL are very useful. And I don't know if you're aware, they've all been revamped. So the new standards were published, I think mid-September. And so I'd like to
The
encourage
lecture tomorrow by Susan is on the new standards.
Okay.
Talking about the new standards. Yeah.
So these are also very useful to consider. One thing, I will jump to something very different before I forget about it, is new forms of simulation. New, which is not always so new. At times, even in fashion, the trends, something that was normal like 30, 40 years ago comes back as a new trend and fashion. Yeah. And it's, like mental simulation, looking at probably a case report and facilitating as an actual scenario with a group of participants who do not know about it. So I've engaged with, I've got a PhD students doing working on a project, we've called it VEMS. We've had an article published recently in IJOSH, which is the new international journal of healthcare simulation.
It's our official journal, yes.
Yeah, so that was the article was published in the first issue. So VEMS, we've called the process VEMS, visually enhanced mental simulation. The first author is Dogan, Borchu Dogan. And VEMS is when we do simulation. In fact, the reason why we started working on VEMS in Qatar is at some point we had a surge of paramedics that needed to be trained. We had the educators, but we didn't have enough patient simulators. So, and we needed to run like 8 or 10 parallel workshops, scenarios to orient the staff. And at that time, we had only 4 or 5 simulators that were sophisticated enough to allow us to run the simulation realistically. And then we thought of the idea of printing a poster of that mannequin and putting up the poster on a whiteboard, and we would just stand in front of the poster with the 2 key paramedics, the crew members that would respond to the call, and say, instead of having the mannequin, they say, this is your patient, that poster on the board. You arrive on scene. This is what you see. Let's say you can see there is a quad bike in the desert, and that patient is close to the quad bike on the floor, and you can see it's been crushed, and the quad bike carried on rolling over. The patient is there in pain. What do you do? And they would start, and they would say, and we tell them as part of the orientation, you speak to that poster as if it was an actual patient. So you engage, the rule of engagement in that activity are exactly the same as in a full-scale simulation. You have your equipment, but instead of your actual paramedic bag and everything, this is your set of equipment. And it's we give them a pouch with stickers. They are labels of the BP cuff, labels of the oxygen mask, labels of the monitor, labels of the glucometer. Everything is as labels instead of actual equipment. If you want to use your ventilator, this is the label of the ventilator, and you just write your settings. So everything is quite hands-on, but low cost because it's all paper-based, laminated paper-based. And we started to do that, so it's kind of mental simulation. They have to speak out. So they verbalize everything they do, but they also have this visual element where they show what they're putting on the patient. At the same time, as a facilitator, I write down the time. I write down. So when they're taking a set of monitoring vital signs, they put the BP curve on. I just write on the board what would come up on the monitor, and so on the progression, the scenario progresses that way. So we can do it face to face. But then in that article, we describe how, in fact, we could do it through Teams as well. So as we are having our meeting now, instead of seeing me, I would share my screen and put the image of the patient. And then on a PowerPoint slide, I can just insert images and write the text as they treat the patient. So I can write some of the key actions that cannot be put as a sticker, like asking about the history, and then as the patient responds to the history, I say it verbally, but I could also write it. And then if another team members join the scenario through that patient care episode, like a critical care paramedics arrives by helicopter into the scene, they can visualize what has been done to that patient, because they can see the patient already has an oxygen mask. They can see maybe the patient has a splint on a fractured limb and so on. So that's an hybrid form of simulation we've thought about. We've not run it for real yet online, but I have at the same time at the start, just before the pandemic, in January 2020, I had a PhD student coming over from Turkey, also as a paramedic, coming for an attachment with me here in Qatar, wanting to learn about VEMS because she'd read some of the work we've published before, and I think as book chapter and some abstract that got published. and she did a master's thesis on that during the pandemic, and she did it all online. So she has actually implemented our suggestion of doing these with an online communication platform and another software like PowerPoint or Word. So that was quite interesting. So no, we invite more people to try it out.
Fantastic. So I keep asking myself because I'm a relatively new entrant into the simulation field, and I find that in IP especially, I find some of the participants are speaking less and interacting less. So how often do you find yourself interrupting scenarios, doing a quick debrief, and rerunning the scenario again with the same participants? Does that happen?
Okay.
I see
Want to
Borusia
go with
nodding. So yeah, Meghna ma'am can take it first. Yeah.
Okay, so we try not to the maximum, not to interfere in a simulation session. It's if it is so drastic or something which is, that's like a very rare session, a very rare time we interrupt a simulation scenario. Otherwise, we let it run its own without interruption in that time frame. And the debriefing, we get them involved. So we usually use Gibbs model of reflection in the debriefing. So we involve them. We make the who went in speak as well as the people involved. So it's I think it's mostly the debriefers the way of debriefing and helping them involved, because no student should be just sitting there without input, because when they go to the simulation scenario, maybe their first sim scenario they may be like lost, or they don't have much of, but the later on they know that it's a serious business. They cannot be just coming there and like doing pretending as if they don't know. But it's now they first and foremost thing, Dr. Raj, they need to be clear of the objective of the simulation session. The pre-reading and pre-learning has to happen before. The theory has to be clear. Then come to practicals. When that happens, it's a serious business. They have to do the simulation as if it is real. So we always say, that fiction contract and suspension of disbelief, they need to do that. And when they come for the debriefing, we always keep the double amount of time. That's like the minimum requirement for our sim center. If you're done for a 20-minute simulation scenario, it has to be 40. 15 minutes, minimum 30 minutes of debriefing, where they have to be involved. And very rarely, to answer your question, maybe once or twice we made it run. It again, that was only because it was not like they didn't do. There were some areas of errors where we wanted to rectify later, and we had enough time also left, so that small group can go back, okay, practice, and it's more like a little bit of skills plus practice. But other than that, we make it very clear that they have to come prepared, so that simulation, it is not easy to make people like redo, which is quite resource intensive. I don't think this much of resource. A lecture, with all due respect, we know that we prepare, we deliver the session, they have accessibility through online platforms everywhere. But when it comes to simulation, a lot of people are involved, a lot of brains are involved, a lot of admin people in the sense with the scheduling, the preparation of the technologist. So whether it is, as I was listening to Dr. Guillaume's the paper which they already published. So even though for us, when we listen, we think, oh, it's easy, just put the stickers, labels and all. No, it's not that easy. If you look into how much of effort is there to develop that scenario, to get it to a point where all the students get the equal experience. So I think we need to make our learners aware that this has to be taken seriously, and it's part of their, it is, we are not doing a simulation so to replace any clinical hours. No, it is helping them in their clinical life as well as patient safety. So it's about, I think, the trainer programs for the people who do it, the facilitators. If they do it right, I think that the whole structure goes well.
Yes. So, when a scenario is developed and we decide on how many participants should take part in it, usually we make sure that everybody actually, if things happen as they should be, everybody should have something to do. So if a candidate is not actually doing something, it's not only the fault of the candidate, because that candidate is, standing back. It's also the role of the role of whoever takes the role of team leader to engage and bring back that person into the scenario. So there are debriefing learning points on both sides to be learned from. So how is the team leader, delegating things to bring that person around? And why is that person not engaging? Are they shy? But and how does it correlate with their actual real patient care practice? Because you cannot force someone to be a team leader if it's not in their nature. It would not work. It would lead to some errors in actual patient care. But people need to know how each colleague works and what are their strengths, and that can be discussed and discovered during the simulation activities. It's better than just going into a real code and try to delegate someone who will not do their job properly because it's not in their nature. So at times it happens. So what you would do is let another scenario happen, maybe where they're not involved. They can observe and they can reflect on their contribution, taking on the points of the debriefing, also taking them on the experience of watching their other colleagues, and then we do another scenario where hopefully they will realize and be more engaged into the activity. Some people at times before the activity they think that the camera is something is a big issue. But I remember in the very early days where there were some concerns from some of the lecturers and some concern from the students. And at the time, we didn't have the nice camera that was ceiling mounted and quite discreet. I was using a big camera that was huge on a tripod, near the bed of the patient, at the foot of the bed of the patient, propped up quite high, and so it was quite a prominent element. And the students were quite shy, and I said, okay, this is either this, and I'm relaying, I'm running a cable to another room, or I'm getting 15 of your other students just as a standing around the room. So I tried both with the students. It was the very early days back in 2001. So with the same group of students, we did it both ways, and they all thought they would be more comfortable with having their friends in the room while they do the scenario, as opposed to having that camera there. And then we discussed it at the end. So the analogy was like like animals, when they're scared, they will congregate together. So
Right.
an anecdote, also many years ago, in fact, probably the same period, I had a friend who had a colleague who had horses, invited us to go horse riding. So we were like, I don't know, 4 or 5 horses in the field, and suddenly a shot was fired. There were some hunters nearby. So what happened is all the horses, in fact, ran and congregated together in one corner of the field. And I fell and I dislocated my shoulder. So the animals, when they're scared, they will congregate together. They will all run and try to stay together rather than scatter at times. And this is the feeling that the students had. They feel, they're scared of the simulation experience. They feel that it will be better if they've got their friends around during the activity. So we also did it without their friends and with only the camera. And in fact, the discussion, the conclusion of the discussion, they didn't like it when their friends were here because they were very conscious of being observed. Whereas they thought the camera would make them more conscious. They totally forgot about the camera because they were concentrating on the patient, and around the camera, they could not see it because it's just an object rather than someone who might move, who might breathe, who might have some reactions based on what's happening to the patient and based on what they were doing. So the students were engaging more naturally. All of them when there was no no one around, and they just simply forget about the camera. So at times it's just the first scenario at times that some people do not engage so much because they're very conscious. But then quickly, if you make the scenario engaging, and hopefully you've got a team leader or someone that gives them a task, then they start to warm up to the activity and engage more naturally. And then, you know, second scenario, and then the third scenario, and then the following session, they come another day.
Yeah.
They warm up a lot more rapidly.
Yeah. And maybe I can add here, you know, we had a student. So I was really surprised when she told me that I'm not doing the simulation. So I was like, okay, how could that happen with her? A very studious. We always see that she should be the first one to jump in. Then that time, anyway, the sim session was running. So later I met her. I wanted to know what was the reason for that. So it was for her. She didn't attend at some point, you know, when they got an orientation to the simulation area, the equipment there, all those resources which was available there. So she missed that area. So which made her doubtful about her capability. She didn't want to be a fool in front of other students going there, struggling to find things. Okay, can she switch on the oxygen? Will there be real oxygen there? Or what happens if she don't attach it? You know, that so there could be some students who will have these type of confusions or thoughts. Just find out them, talk to them privately, and take them to the simulation center. Give that student an orientation to the available resources there. Maybe those small things makes a difference. So that could be one way of helping them out, and a clear pre-briefing. Because most of the time I see in the pre-briefing, people hurry up. If they hurry up pre-briefing and they focus on scenario, your first part is lost. So the pre-briefing, the emphasis on pre-briefing is also important, so that the student know the objectives, what they are expected to do in that session, what is their role, what is that the gist of the scenario, the candidate instruction, and if that particular area is new to them, give them a proper orientation to that area, the facilities there, the resources available, the support system. We have a telephone in the sim areas, each ward or ICU or wherever it is. So in case they get stuck, they know that they can use the S-bar technique, make a phone call, so that there will be somebody at the other end in the control room. They will help in continuing that scenario. Maybe one or two hint will be there, in the sense like a lab result, or okay, so would you mind giving some oxygen? The patient is having breathing difficulty. From there, that can help that scenario run rather than interrupting or stopping it. So these are like tips and tricks in simulation, which helps. We are not interfering with the objectives, nor we are stopping a simulation scenario.
Yeah, exactly. I mean, I remember, you know, I had when I was at the University of Hertfordshire, some colleagues were very supportive and, you know, are for, you know, slightly pushing the students, and some were very, very protective. They say it's not fair to the students. Even when I arrived in Qatar, there was well, there was one colleague I remember from the medical education department. He didn't like sim because it was like, he thought it was always about tricking the students. In fact, I hope to soon have another article published in Advances in Simulation around so I forgot what I was going to say about not tricking, it's another word. It will come back. So but yeah, not so these colleagues always wanted to make sure they were there to help the students, not in an acting capacity, but there as a helper, mentor. But it doesn't work because it really breaks the flow of the scenario. Whereas if, you know, I would get that colleague, come with me, stay in the control room. If the students are really stuck, go there, but in an acting capacity. You know, you're just walking by in the corridor and you just, you know, say, hi, how are you, you know, just to let you know I've come on shift. Is everything okay? So just engaging as if it was a real life thing rather than going there and, you know, breaking the flow of the scenario.
Yeah.
The word will come back to me. I had it just before I started to speak and then I forgot. in fact, I don't know if in your platform, I don't know
We
how
do
many
have
people
to-
how many people are watching us, but if you've got questions, do they have a way of putting question in a chat box that you can read
Yes.
out?
I'm actually monitoring that. There's about 250 participants watching us right now. And I don't see any active questions though. One of our team members had a question. Just a second. I'm just opening it up. Right. So, like you said, you have a long, prolonged orientation for the students who come in to simulation and interprofessional education. So, how does that work in the Indian context where the interprofessionals do not really mingle until they graduate from college? Because they go to their own medical schools, they go to their own nursing schools, they go to their own dental schools. So, how do you orient that from the start?
I'll go. Sorry. Do you mind, Meghna?
Yeah.
Okay. So yeah, this is a challenge which even I was telling, like when it comes to the undergraduate curriculum, with so many colleges, so many students. So with that, it is difficult, yes, but we need to try it out. That's where I say in the sense like maybe one or two simulation sessions where a scenario involving a medical student, nursing student, then this could happen in a hospital setup rather than in a simulation setting, because I see the capacity of a sim center and I see the capacity of the hospital. So if it happens that particular ward, for example, they are being posted, so there could be house surgeons. I'm just thinking of an Indian scenario where we have house surgeons there, we have medical students there, nursing students there, the staff and the staff of the ward is there. So at maybe an academic day or academic hour, something we can set aside for the students and the team to do a scenario which is in relation to that particular ward or that particular area where they work. If we can create a scenario around that, and if that can be worked out, the students, the staff, whoever is working there will benefit from that. So this could be the way which they can collaborate, because at least maybe they have these students have postings there for 1 week or 2 week. In that, if they can set aside an hour as an academic time and they work on a scenario that could work for that team of students. So likewise, in all the specialities or specialty areas they work, this could be a model which can work in an interprofessional simulation, which I can see in a Indian context, because I'm thinking of Kottayam Medical College where I studied. During those days, we had a lot of people working together. So if that team work as a team and work on a scenario which is about that particular case or some cases which happens, this could be an option rather than putting it back to the campus. If you think of campus, it's a big Mahabharat happening there. So putting everybody together, I don't know how much that works, but in a hospital it would work. Thank
You?
Yeah. So one thing, what we started initially with IP, you can't, climb the Everest, the first time. You need to try with smaller mountains first. So we were doing lots of small pilot projects. So we engaged with one of the London Medical School, invited the dean for breakfast in our dean's office. We at Hertfordshire, we don't have an undergraduate medical school. So but we wanted to make something happen, and they were quite receptive to it, because the students, for example, our nursing students go in hospitals on placement in their final year, and I think also in the second year, and they interact, or we can create activities so they can interact with the medical students, so they get to know other students at the same level of education as them, during the hospital placement, during the education. So we created some a pilot project where we paired some of these London final year medical students and our final year nursing students, and they would go together. They need to learn basic skills together, and they go to their education center in the hospital. So we would make sure that they would do that together. So we were pairing them up during their studies when they were on placement. And then as part of it, in fact, the first session, their ice-breaking session was in the sim center. So we invited 5 pairs, so 10 students, 5 nursing, 5 medical students into the sim center for them to meet, and we got them to do some scenarios together. And then after, they'd exchange their mobile number and so on. That was back in 2004, 2005. And then, so they engaged, they followed patients together, they followed patients together. And at the end of, I can't remember, 3 or 4 months, we invite them, and they all, in fact, presented on their experience of working together through that project. It was a fantastic project. I don't think we wrote anything about it, but it was a lovely experience of trying to really start the IP at an early stage, not only through sim, but also them, shadowing one another in their activities, and they could see the strengths of one another. The nursing students was really, giving good learning points to the medical students about, how taking the blood pressure properly, how to, set up IV and so on, because they realized, their strengths. So it was a very interesting project. And then after we, then we rolled out things mainly around the sim activity for the IP activity, for the IP project. I remember the word. I managed to search into my documents. It's deception, the use of deception in simulation.
Deception.
When I was saying, some colleagues think we're always trying to trick learners, and they don't like it. So there is an element of deception, because some scenarios we purposefully, at times trick some things because we want the piece of medical equipment to fail. We want something to be missing. We want, like the ECMO machine, to not have been charged properly, and then it's not plugged in, and then a few minutes through the scenario, then it runs out, and then they have to resort to doing manual cranking or something. So at times there is an element of deception. We put in the learners in an activity, and us as the scenario directors, we know that something wrong will happen. So there is that element of deception, but it's deception with good intent. We do it to create a situation that they may face in real life, so they can be prepared for it. They can think outside of the box, think about borrowing, thinking what piece, if they're missing a cord to get power, can they borrow it from, maybe for a period of time, they can borrow it from the heater cooler, because it's more important to get recirculation if they're not sure how to do the manual cranking. I mean, this aspect of deception is quite contentious, and but it's important, and people need to see why it's useful, and we need to make learners also realize why it's good for them to be tricked at some point, because it's for a good reason. And hopefully we'll get the article published, I hope, quite soon. But it's contentious among the reviewers as well, because at times reviewers do not all have the same opinion. So we are facing some issues with that article.
We've come to the end of the panel almost, and I think that's the closing note, something contentious, deception and simulation. So thank you so much, Dr. Guillaume, and thank you, Meghna ma'am, for still, despite all the confusion happening regarding this panel, we made it happen. And I personally learned a lot from the both of you, and it's been a pleasure to host you at Simulcon 2021. We will send you access to participate in the rest of the conference as well. Please feel free to go around the convention center, go to the expo halls, and see what the other speakers have in store. Thank you very much for taking part as well in Simulcon 2021. We hope to host you physically next year. Let's see what happens. Thank you.
Thank you. It's been a great honor also for me to take part. Really pleased, and thank you so much.
Thank you so much. It's a real honor. It was engaging, and thank you, Dr. Raj, and thank you, Dr. Agia. It was mostly like a friendly chat among each other,
yes,
and mutual learning. Yeah, thank you so much.
An unplanned friendly chat, to be perfectly honest. Yeah, thank you.
Thank you.
Worked out very well. Thank you.
Thank you.
Nice seeing you, Meghna.
See you. See you. Thanks. Thank you.
So for the people in the Hall B, please stay on. We have multiple lectures in Hall B and Hall A as well, simultaneously happening now. And for the next lecture, we have Dr. Mahalakshmi with us. Dr. Mahalakshmi is someone I've learned from a lot. I've seen her speak. Ma'am, are you online?
Yeah, I'm there. Hi, Raj.
Hi, ma'am. Welcome, ma'am. Thank you so much for logging in on time and on a busy weekday as well. Thank you for leading the simulated patient workshop yesterday. I'm still getting feedback on my phone regarding your workshop, ma'am. People asking for the recordings, people asking for the resources. So it's a runaway hit altogether. And
Thank you.
so let me just briefly introduce ma'am to the rest of the audience. Dr. Mahalakshmi ma'am is the Dean of Arubade Vida Medical College and Hospital in Pondicherry, and she has a special interest in simulated patients. She's won multiple awards for her work in simulated patients. She has an ongoing workshop and ongoing project with the Medical Education Units of India, where she is teaching simulated patient resources and curriculum. And we hope to have her on board at SHS as well to do a workshop, a physical workshop soon on simulated patients. Ma'am, without further ado, over to you. Ma'am will be speaking to us about measuring graduate outcomes for quality enhancement in medical education. Exit OSCEs is what she's calling it. So, ma'am, please,
Okay.
over to you. Yeah.
Yeah. Thanks, Raj. Thanks for that nice introduction. And hi to participants. I hope, even though we don't get to see you in the virtual screen, I hope somebody is there in the meeting. And
Ma'am, there
I
are
hope to
250
have some.
participants live right now watching you.
Okay.
Yeah.
Thank you.
Yeah.
It's a little surreal, no? Like looking at a blank screen and talking. Sometimes we'd like to have something. So I'm going to actually, as Raj said, that my primary interest is in medical education, and primarily, what I'm interested is to create learning opportunities for students, which meets what is the societal expectations, what is the professionals expectation. So that is where I kind of try to do, and most of my work in all the areas has come from trying to create new learning opportunities for students, be it in simulated patients or in using exit OSCE or in curriculum development. That is what has been our primary focus. So let me start sharing the screen. So I'm going to talk to you about our experience. Basically, it is on how we went about measuring graduate outcomes, and what did we do in that process, right? And how we use this as a tool for quality enhancement in education. So mine is going to be a panoramic view of what we did, and at some point of time I would use the telephoto lens and then try and go into the specifics of what we did. So this is what is the gist of my talk is going to be. And I have certain declarations to make. The data I'm going to present is the work which I have done in my previous institution, that is Mahatma Gandhi Medical College. And I would like to acknowledge the contribution from all faculty, support staff, predominantly the nursing staff and the other clerical support, and the Medical Simulation Center who helped us in this work. But a special mention should go to my mentors, Professor K.R. Sethuraman sir, who kind of induced us to think creatively, to think about students' welfare all the time. And I'm sure many of you would recognize Professor Ravi Shankar. He's an anesthesiologist of repute, and he is my mentor, role model in life, and who was the dean at that time who helped us to run this project through. And the young man in this picture is the medical informatics guy who helped us to project what all we had done, to analyze the data and to get the data in a way which people could uh, actually make sense of. So these are the people who I need to give a special mention. So what is that I'm going to do in this session? Basically, I'm going to start with why do we need to measure the graduate learning outcomes? We keep talking about learning outcome, program outcome, but what is the need for it? And how do we go about measuring clinical competence? We keep talking about it because all our activities are to ensure that that fellow turns out to be a good doctor. So how do we go about measuring this? And I'm going to contextualize by sharing our own experience, how we had used multiple assessment methods to do this particular thing. And most important of all, our reflections. What is that we learned from this particular exercise? So that is going to be what we'll be discussing in the next 20 minutes or so. So if you look at the competencies of medical graduate as given by the CBME, we know that the 5 roles of medical graduate. If you look at the ACGME competencies, they talk about these 6 competencies. But if you really think about it, it is just a rose is a rose is a rose. By whatever name you call, it is still a rose. So all these competencies do match. When we talk about knowledge and patient care, it is primary care physician. You have the same communication in both You have the professionalism in both. The practice-based learning and improvement is what you want as a self-directed learner, and system-based practice is what you want as the healthcare leader. So it is not something which is totally new concept we are dealing with. When we are talking about this competency-based education, we are looking at basically a mastery learning model, which is self-paced and performance-based. That is what is going to be the final aim. We are not worried about how much what he did, right? We are rather worried about what he has learned from this entire process. So that is the thing. When we talk about competence versus performance, no, I really like this quote of Bruce Lee's. He says, knowing is just not enough. We must be applying, and willingness is not enough. We need to do. This came from the movie Enter the Dragon. I'm not sure if any of you remember that fantastic movie of Bruce Lee's. This is originally a German philosopher's quote, which has been made famous by him. So what does that mean, like with regard to our teaching learning activities? Competence is only the ability of a graduate. Whether competence gets translated into performance is what we need to do. And our job as teachers and educators is to ensure that we design and implement the curriculum which actually focuses on observable ability in real life situations. That's where we bring in authenticity into our entire learning experience, right? So this is what we are looking for. And I'll just contextualize by saying, what is the patient's wish list? This is what was collected by the NHS, right? So I'm sure it is applicable across the globe also. What do the patients want? The patient wants doctors to explain to them, listen to me, right? And see how many of them say that I want to spend some time with me on my first consultation. I want him to introduce myself. Okay, red is no, and white is what they want, right? I would like doctor to thank me. So basically, their expectations are quite simple, basic, right? But it isn't happening in real life. Okay, what does the employers want if we send out graduates? What is that people look for? This cartoon tells in a very hilarious way that what we are doing, but essentially this is what is happening. We are producing MCQ tigers, right? And all zebras who knows about all syndromes in life, but rather, and they'll be the top performers in entrance exams. But what do they do in real life is a real question. So this is what is the proficiency. It's very nice thing. We'll get back to this concept little later also. The orange is what the employers find the proficiency of the graduates. And the gray is what the students assess themselves as proficient. You see some areas, communications, they say 80% of them are quite okay, whereas the employer finds only 40%. Except in digital technology, where the employers find that the students are doing very well compared to their own self-assessment. Problem solving skills, professional attitudes, teamwork. You see, everywhere there is a lack or lacunae. So the society wants something, the employers want something, but what we are producing is not matching the expectations. So that is what we need to do. So what we did, like we found that in the totem pole of medical education, right, in medical colleges, the final MBBS student occupies a very sacred position on the top of the pole. Everybody focuses on him and tries to spoon feed him and do things like that. The moment he clears final year and becomes an intern, right, nobody bothers about him. They are actually what to say, they are treated most of the times like thambis and tangachis. No, they are non-entities in the entire clinical hierarchy. So we felt that the students, we have been running this orientation program from 2007, and even before that, we have taken this concept from JIPMER. And we found that the students, what they said is, this orientation works well for us for 3 days, but there is no ongoing training for us on a regular basis. So we actually used to divide the students. This is into a 26-week program, and they'll be divided into various groups, and they will learn all kinds of things like suturing, indications, and how to actually ensure that there is a blood transfusion taking place, initial assessment of trauma. So this is what we called as a systemic training program for interns. So this program we've been running for almost 1 year. We wanted to see what is the result of that program. So how do we go about measuring this clinical competence of our interns? So it can be a clinical competence, it can be a technological competence for diagnosis, therapy, or procedures. It can be a humanistic competence or an interpersonal competence. This is the spectrum of clinical competence we are supposed to measure. And when you actually map them to tools, right? Everybody knows about Miller's pyramid. So what I have done is I've contextualized or mapped the Miller's pyramid layer to what does the knowledge it tests and what are the tasks or tools we can use to do this. So anything about medical knowledge is only at no category, right? Your investigations or management of patients during case discussions try to help you assess know-how of the students. Show how is where you use clinical practical skill assessment or skills. It can be in the form of procedural skills, clinical skills like history taking or performing examinations, health promotions, communications, information management, etc. And the does category does look at what he does. How does he do decision making? How does he perform his role as a doctor? Does he focus on personal development, etc.? So we have only two tools, that is portfolios, peer assessments, and logs, which can help. So this is a simple Miller's pyramid which has been mapped to the various tools. And if you look at the NHS portfolio, right, this is how they suggest that we need to go about assessing outcomes. They want us to assess what the doctor is able to do, that is his daily practice. How do you approach the practice? It is predominantly professionalism. And how do they behave themselves as professionals? So various tools are there. If you see, there is a lot of ASCII, there is a lot of direct observation, and also certain computerized tests which can be done. So we actually chose what tools we wanted to use for measuring the outcomes. So we actually designed a form where we assess the interns professionally during each rotation. So this was a workplace-based year-long form, year-long assessment of students across various departments where they were working. Then at the completion of that, the HOD and the unit head will give us an assessment of professional behavior. Practice readiness is actually a self-assessment of skills, which is a perceived thing which the interns did at the end of their internship 1 year. Then we did an ASCII exam for procedural skills and communication skills. Then we did a computer-based patient management problem to test their knowledge and reasoning. Why we have done so many tools? Because the nature of clinical tasks is such that you cannot assess, one single tool is not enough to assess all the competencies we are going to do at a reasonable level of labor which is required. So this is what we did. And what we did, this is the soft skills assessment form for interns. So we asked them about general work performance as well as specific job assignment performance. Like in orthopedics, does he follow these things? If it is in pediatrics, has he learned all this? So this was done by the people who were observing them on a regular basis. Basically, it looks at what are their values and attitudes and professionalisms, right? At the end of it, we didn't stop here. Actually, we asked the HODs and the unit chiefs to share this with the students so that the students could reflect upon what they have learned from this particular exercise. I think that was very unique to our forms. Everybody does collecting or giving grading interns, but we don't give them a focused feedback. So that is where we brought in feedback into the loop. Then we asked the graduates to tell us, there is a self-assessment of skills. What we did was, this World Federation of Medical Education has come up with standards of medical education, and they have identified almost 50 skills which graduates from medical graduates from across the world should be able to perform, taking a informed consent, checking somebody's temperature, administering an injection, things like that. So we asked the students, what do you think is your own competence level for all these things? So this is the 4 grades we used. Like, I can't do, or I can do only under strict supervision. I can do independently most of the times, and I can do it always. See, since they are going to finish and going to become primary care physicians, okay, our first contacts. So what we said was, in this, we wanted the scores to be minimum 3 across stations. And this is what we found, okay, in the clinical skills. We had these problems, okay. This was 2 consecutive years before we started this particular exercise of systematic training program. So that is why we had to actually intervene and do this additional training during internship. Look at the examination skills, okay. universal precautions use of personal protective equipment. Okay, you expect a graduate to know, but doesn't happen all the time. Okay, the most funniest thing, taking temperature. Okay, not many are very comfortable doing. Whereas they are okay with scientific knowledge, general knowledge, recognizing principles. Okay, knowledge part they are okay, but skills part they really suck. And in the communication skills also reasonably okay. This is a self-perceived one, so you can see that communicating with colleagues they are not able to do, but they are able to do angry patients and breaking bad news. Okay, you need to take it with a pinch of salt. But what I'm saying is it gives us a glimpse of what they know and what they do not know. Okay, then we said, okay, this is a self-assessment which is going on for some time. Let's objectively measure what these fellows are talking about. So this is what we did in the year 2018 January. This is one of our wards, the new wards which we had, and we converted it into an exit OSCE stations. So in one huge hall it was. So this was converted into an OSCE room, and we ran this as a 31 station, and 25 of those stations were observed. There were 6 rest stations, and we made each station last for 6 minutes. The 4 minutes were given for performance, 1 minute was given for feedback to the student by the observer, and 1 minute was given for station reset. I'll tell you what is station reset. Like suppose we had used catheterization. By the time next student comes, we can't leave that station shabby for the next student. So the candidate and will ensure that the station is put back in the same way as they found it. Okay, discard all the used sponges and things like that and make it acceptable for the next student. So this is what we did. Okay, this is our own thing because we don't have so many people to run OSCEs and all that. And the feedback was built into the OSCE so that every student got the feedback on their performance. This was checked by means of checklist rating scales, and I'll come to what is Kobo Collect shortly. So this is what we did. These were all observed stations. There was nothing like just a written station or a non-observed station in that. And we distributed this to all people. So how did we plan this exit OSCE? We took 25 common practical skills from the WFMI skill, and most of it involved procedural skills, like simple procedural skills. We were looking at skills and not competencies in a large way, because you need to design stations which are doable in the time slot allotted. We took up communications, we took up professional practice. Okay, I'll give you some examples of what we did, right? And for the objectives of each of the stations was planned. So we started with planning the what is the outcomes we want to measure. That is essential for competency mapping. So what does each station test? Okay, why is it? And the focus of this is how they actually do it in practice, right? That is what, even if it is a mannequin, we expect him actually that mannequin is covered. If it is a male intern, he has to ensure that there is a chaperone before he does a pelvic exam. So that is what we wanted to check. We told them that don't consider them as mannequins, consider them as real patients. And we assigned responsibility matrix. We had the departments who were in charge of developing the stations and the rating scales and to provide OSCE observers. And we had a central coordination team, and this was one of my pet projects. So we were doing the project management, communications from various people, right? I showed you talked about Kobo Collect. This is an app which is available, which we use to capture real-time data about each station. Each of the steps can be marked using this Kobo Collect, so that we could do item analysis for the entire OSCE as well as for individual stations for individual students also. So we needed that electronic data capture. We developed that, and we also developed the data analytic tools. So this is our station map. We did things which normally we don't try and do in OSCE, like putting a cervical collar, right? And how do you monitor the connect and monitor to a patient, right? Something like that we did. Chest compressions. How do you hand over patients? How do you counsel them? How will you take informed consent? So those are some of the stations. So these are some stations. You see an RT insertion. Which of the oxygen delivery devices you would choose for a given scenario for a standardized patient? This was one of our standardized patients. How would you apply a splint for somebody with broken bones in the leg? Okay. How do you do a pre-transfusion check Okay, if you have worked for 1 year in the ward and you have done so many transfusions, what do you make sure? So our blood bank medical officer came with a very cute thing. She gave two patients the same name but different age group, different blood group. So we need to make sure that whether this fellow actually followed the essential checklist before he issued the blood. And other stations we did. Oh, I'm sorry. Okay, sorry. Yeah. Okay, this is another interesting station we did from the biochemistry department. How do you manage specimens for lab tests? Is it labeled properly? Are we using the color coded tubes? Right? Things we take it for granted from interns. We checked all those things. So we did a neonatal resuscitation, applying cervical collar. All these are part using our medical simulation lab equipment. This is what we did. We did 25 stations like this, observed stations. And you see, these are all the scores. We did the box and whiskers plot for each of this. So I'm sure many of you would know what it is. This is the highest score in the station. This is the lowest score. This is the 75th percentile, and this is the 25th percentile. And what is the median score for the group? And these are total outliers. What is there as thing? So this helped us to find out where they are having problems, right? They had problems in using uh, metered dose inhaler. They did not know how to use this particular thing, right? This particular stations on managing an ECG monitor. How do you connect an ECG monitor to the patients? You see a wide variety of things. Things like bag and mask ventilation. Everybody did very well because all of them were ACLS trained. So there was a lot of information we could get from this particular plot, and we actually had mapping of individual stations which we discussed with the department people to see to it that they understood what is expected out of it. That was actually a eye opener, boom, for us, like, oh, is this how actually it happens in real life with students? Because we assume a lot of things, no, they know, we have taught them, so they know they should be able to do, they are doing it day in and day out, etc. Then look at the ASCII output. What we did, we had an individual feedback to each student at each station. That was a very good thing which students appreciated very much. Group feedbacks were given. Okay, what we did was, if you had one station on, let's say, chest compression, so there were 10 students who made a mistake in that one, and each one made a mistake in a different step. If we have to learn only from our own mistakes, one lifetime is not enough. So we got all the observers of that station and all the students in that station. So they said what was good about the performance of students in that particular station and what were the common mistakes which were done, so that the other group, the entire group, got benefited out of it. Then we projected the results of each of those stations and we had an extensive discussion. So this helped us to identify the common errors and strengths, right? And this is what one intern told at the end of that, right? We are always encouraged to master knowledge, but I need to also master skills. This is what actually this ASCII proved to me. And then what we did, we wanted to assess how's their critical thinking skills and patient decision making skills. So we took common clinical problems, tuberculosis, MI, okay, diarrhea, child with diarrhea, things like that, common across specialities. We wanted to check their critical reasoning skills and medical knowledge. So we did this patient management problems. So it can be in a variety of ways. Each problem will branch out in different ways. So we took about 25 problems and we had about 100 questions out of it and we scored them. We used the LMS effectively for administering this particular test. Okay, we collected feedback from that and most of the students felt that it was a very good exercise which helped them actually to do this. In fact, they wanted this computer patient management problems to be introduced much earlier than what it is. Not at all benefited. You see, we had only 5% and 2% with regard to that, but those are outliers, I would say. Right. So we didn't stop with that. Then what we did was we actually did what is called as a personalized competency map. So we wanted to tell this medical knowledge, okay, and the reasoning skills we measured through our computer-based exercise. We did this professional practice, procedural skills, and communications by means of our ASCII. So we mapped the scores. This is where the highest performers in the class stood. And this is the average or median score by the group. Okay. Then we asked, found out where the student was placed, right? So this particular student, he is actually much worse than the class average, class median in communication skills, right? He meets the class average in professional practice, in clinical reasoning. He's reasonably okay there. Whereas in procedural skills, he is much better off than his peers, right? He's not in the top, but somewhere near the top. So when you look at this map in one graph, what we call as radar graph or the spider graph. So this is what our IT department helped us to develop. This gave the personalized map. Each student got a map of his, okay, based on how he has performed in the OSCE and other things. And we didn't stop with that. We had actually shared this map in our program for outgoing graduates. This is Professor K.R. Sethuraman, and we had Dr. Ravi Shankar also. We shared this entire exercise, how to read this competency maps to them, right? And what did we want the students reflect on, or what did they reflect? What have they learned? How well they have learned it? And what are his areas of strength and weaknesses, and what priorities they should set for improving? So basically, we were focusing on mindful learning, right? They need to be aware of what they are learning and how well they are learning at each instance. And they also need to, once they identify these are my areas of strength and weaknesses, they need to develop personal development plans for professional advancement. So this is what the exercise helped the students to achieve. But there was something very interesting we found as what do I say, educationists, right? We mapped the perceived ability of the students, right? We mapped them in that quartile, first to bottom to top quartile, and what is the percentile. These are the top performers, right? This is the perceived ability we found. This is the actual test score. This is through OSCE and CMP. And this is what they had self-assessed. We found that people who are in the bottom quartile, right? The actual test score was much lower than what they actually thought themselves to be capable of. Whereas the opposite happened with the people who were the top performers. They actually underestimated themselves. They performed much better. Right? This is the cartoon which actually explains this phenomenon of Kruger-Dunning effect. They are both cognitive psychologists and they won Nobel Prize for their effect. Right? So Einstein says, the more I learn, the more I realize I don't know. Whereas our friend Dr. Trump, Mr. Trump says, I'm a genius myself. So this is our lower bottom quartile people, and this is our top quartile people, right? And this was a very interesting, okay, tidbit for us actually when we did this exercise. Okay, so how do you go about measuring authentically the learning outcomes achieved? The first and foremost is these outcomes have to be translated into competencies and they have to find place in your teaching learning. So there's no point in saying that those IMG exist only in the NMC document or CBME document. It has to become everyday practice. Anatomy should do what I'm going to teach him to be a professional. Physiology should see what I'm going to teach to become a self-directed learner. So it is our duty as teachers across all the entire spectrum of learning to ensure that this is translated into practice. We need to ensure that there are multiple assessments because with one assessment, we can't just label somebody as good or bad performer, which is what is happening in our summative assessment. So if you want improvements or improvements of competencies, we have to make this multiple assessments and use multiple assessors. And this improving competencies or improving the learning outcome is not a single work of Dean. It's not the work of MEO. It is everybody's work. And this is a shared decision making. So what competencies we need to test or what outcomes we need to test, how do we test it, and what do we do with this particular data is everybody's decision. So sharing is very important and it is a collaborative project, as I said. We need to have mechanisms to synthesize data. We will generate a lot of data, but how critically do we look at this data, right? And how critically we look at this data in an easy way, which can be grasped by everybody in the process. So that is more important. We need to make sure that the faculty have undergo faculty development for all these complex tasks which we request out of them. Formative feedback is very essential for the achievement of learning outcomes, and this whole thing has to be incorporated into the practice. So at every step, we wanted to translate this medical education theory into practice, right? Feedback is good, reflection is good, build it into the system. Share, involve people, share your work, collaborate. Okay, build it into the system. So this exit OSCE, I ran it for 2 sessions, and subsequently also it is continuing. I think Dr. Pai was telling that this is what is going on. So we thought, okay, everybody knows that assessment drives learning, but from our experience, we learned that assessment has actually expanded our horizons. It helped us to identify or break certain preconceived notions we had. It helped us to identify what are the new things which we need to do, or what are the areas we need to focus upon. And that was a big revelation for all of us. And this is how we thought, okay, goals are whether we are doing the right thing and whether we are executing them by in the right way. And measurements are very important when we take up these projects. Are we really doing what we intended to do? And did this whole thing benefit the stakeholders? That is what is very important. And it doesn't stop here. It needs to go back and see whether our goals need to be reset. Okay, that is where the feedback loop comes in. So what did we do? How did we do? And why did we do? This is the most important questions we need to ask ourselves as educators. So this is the panoramic view which we need to have in the entire process. Thus each activity we do loops back and feeds back into the goal of the thing. Does it fit with the national goal? Does it fit with your institutional goal? Does it fit with the individual goals of the learner? That is the most important alignment and coherence we were looking at. And this project was presented in the Southeast Asian Regional Medical Education Conference in Indonesia. And I bagged the Best Paper Award for this particular project. This is Professor David Gordon. He's the president of WFME. And this is what our learnings from this entire experience was all about. Like when we stand on the shoulders of people who have come before us, we see much further, right? So that is why I acknowledged all the people who had helped us to do this particular project in the first place. And that's about this presentation. Thank you very much for your patient listening. Over to you, Raj.
Hello, ma'am.
Hi, Raj. Did I finish on time?
Yes, ma'am, absolutely. Thank you so much. And so many aspects that we learned from your lecture, ma'am. So far, I have some questions regarding the topic, but most of them come back to OSCE and skill assessment. The questions are about how to set specific learning objectives. Are there any available tools online which help you set learning objectives for your students?
Okay, how do we set learning objectives for OSCE stations or for any of that matter? The competencies which are given in that competency framework, right, in the new curriculum which we are supposed to form, right? If the competency is about the student learns that or he is able to explain medication management to a patient, so that's a competency. If you're going to assess only the knowledge component, you will say what are the adverse effects or drug interactions. That's only the knowledge component. The skill component comes from explaining this particular thing to student. So when we are assessing these competencies, we always need to think for going for show how or doing type of learning in the Miller pyramid rather than know or know how. So that is how you try and find out objectives for your outcomes which you want to measure. And you need to find out how common is this. So our guide was to choose the WFME standards. That is what we did. And from there, we took what are all the common things. And the second thing we did when we are planning OSCE, we can do 101 things, but whether it is doable in the time allotted and whether it is relevant to interns was the question. So that is where we had a brainstorming and we first realized what we are going to do. Then we sent about doing it. Normally what happens is we decide that we want to conduct an OSCE, then go about fishing for the stations. We did it as a backward design. That is what was important.
Again, it's back to reverse engineering your scenarios is what you spoke about earlier.
Yeah.
Yes. Okay, ma'am. That's it from our end. Thank you so much for joining, ma'am. And
thank you,
thank you for the workshop as well as always. It's been a pleasure working with you. We really hope to carry this forward for the next few workshops through SHS, ma'am. Thank you.
Yeah. Thank you very much, Raj. So nice of you.
Okay, now people who are in Hall B, please note that there are parallel sessions going on right now in Hall A as well as Hall B. In Hall B right now, we have a session on ECMO simulation, which is the future of critical care training. And we have with us Dr. Maximilian Malfatina from Germany. So he's a specialist in intensive care and internal medicine with focus on respiratory medicine. He's currently working at the ECMO Center of University Hospital Regensburg, Germany, an internationally known center for ECMO therapy in respiratory and cardiac failure. His scientific focus is on improving anticoagulation and hemostasis monitoring and ECMO therapy. He was working with the critical care research group at the Prince Charles Hospital in Brisbane, Australia. And this topic today is something which is close to his heart. He'll be talking about ECMO simulation. So over to your team, Dr. Maximilian.
Good morning, Dr. Rajkumar. My name is Hans Seiler. I brought Dr. Malfatina in here in this, and I'm working since 11 years on ECMO simulation, and especially the last 1.5 years, we are facing a high interest. And if you don't mind, I would like to share with you a very short overview how we started to develop ECMO simulation devices and what is now the status after the talk of Dr. Malfatina, if you agree on this.
Of course. Please go ahead. Yes.
Am I able to share my screen?
Technical team, can you please help Dr. Hans here? Please help him share the screen. Just a second, sir. One moment, Hans. Can you please check if you're able to see the screen? Is it enabled? No, just a moment. I'm just checking with my team.
Mm-hmm. It should work, Dr. Rajkumar. Can you see the screen?
Yes, we can. Please go ahead.
Yeah, okay.
My name is Richard Tallman, and I'm
So-
the founder of Biomed Simulation Incorporated. The history of our
Please
company,
turn up the volume.
sort of how we got to where we are, and then some of the things that we're planning for the future. We started off building simulators that would.
So this was the first development, a very basic, and it was tested at the Midwestern University in Phoenix, Arizona. So, and then the next version, we were already able to connect heart-lung machines, and we were showing the vital data of the patients on interactive touchscreen monitors. So this means the student could interact with the instructor via touchscreen monitors. The next step in 2011 was already a patient module, which looked like this here. It had an integrated computer and it connected to the instructor panel. And with this device, we were able to simulate all kinds of physiological conditions of this patient. And this is a version 3.0 available since 5 years. And as you can see, it has a lot of things integrated, also an integrated pump for the cardiac output. For CPP, we can connect cardioplegia. So these are the significant innovations. It has an embedded software. It has algorithms which are really proven from experts. You can program these devices with all types of different scenarios. You can integrate all kinds of virtual things like X-ray pictures, ultrasound video clips, and of course, everything is with touchscreen monitors, means the student can always interact with the instructor. Hold on a second. So it is not mainly a hydraulic or a pneumatic device. it is a device. It was developed for the physiological reactions of a patient. All the monitors integrated can produce real patient data, and let's say the focus is physiology of the patient, and it interacts, of course, also with the mechanical ventilation. We have integrated 64 different parameters for the perfusion part, and another 32 parameters for the ventilation part. So, but now I would like to hand over to Dr. Malvertheiner from the University of Regensburg, and he will share with you his experience on ECMO training. We did these sessions a couple of times together, and I think it was a nice combination between teaching and between hands-on simulation. So, Dr. Malvertheiner, please.
Yes, good morning. Thank you, Hans, for the introduction. And also, hi, Kumar, thank you very much for your introduction words. I'm just trying to share my screen as well. Just give me a second. Okay. So just as a background, you already said I'm an ECMO specialist from Regensburg in Germany, where we're a big center for ECMO therapy. We have hundreds of cases every year, and we started very, very early, like more than 20 years ago, to do ECMO therapy, and therefore we're a center where we're quite internationally renowned for this. And since a couple of years, we started to do not only in-house training for our students, for our younger doctors, for our nurses, but we also started to have a simulation and troubleshooting course for doctors and nurses internationally. So a lot of people come to Regensburg to join this course. And in ECMO therapy, of course, there are different things. I don't want to go too deep into the medical details, but what you can do is you can either have like heart or lung support. And what is special for our hospital is that we also do this outside of the hospital. So this is just a complex case scenario. What you see here in Regensburg, somebody fell into the river, had a cardiac arrest. And on the right picture, you see how this scenario can be, so that we come out and wherever it is and cannulate the patient on site and bring him back to the hospital already supported with an ECMO. And if you teach somebody about ECMO, you have to teach him a lot of problems that can occur. It can be problems with the patient, like severe bleeding complications. You can have like technical aspects that are a problem. And so it's hard to teach people all the problems if you don't have any kind of good simulation available. So a couple of years back, when we started with Hans and we started with the Califia system from Biomeds, we had these screens, touch screens. We had like a dummy lying there, and it was really good. We had all these physiological data and all these details that you could talk about. You can show the people, you can interact with them. So this was already quite a good scenario to use these courses. But now, since this year's Biomeds helped us to increase and to like get this simulation program even better. So what you see here is a picture from one of the last courses where we used a 3D version for the first time. This is a V frame, a big screen that's also like a touch screen. And what is now a combination is that you have a 3D system where you can see on the screen. It's very. You can have all your ECMO settings, but not only it simulates your ECMO settings and the physiological changes in the patient, but it's a whole ICU setup. So you can start with a complex scenario. You can have the participants of the course to change the ventilator settings and to give IV solutions, and you will always see how does the patient react with his physiological data. How will this be his blood gas analysis? How will be will his blood pressure react on anything that happens? And as we are like very close working together with Richard in the US and Hans in developing and like further improving this program, we have all these little things, like for example, only like if a small house for the gas flow disconnects, we can all integrate this in this simulation program. And so what we do is we put the people in front of the screen. I just give a short introduction on complicated ECMO cases, and then I ask the participants to interact with this program, which works really well. And it sounds quite simple, but what is really, really hard to get into the program is that all the physiological changes are as you know it from your ward, as it's like really close to actual patient care. And this is what we're getting more and more into, and closer to real life scenarios. And so far the participants of our course really love this. And what we now do is that we do one international course for doctors every year. We do different courses for lung support, for heart support, and we do also nursing courses, which is also very important because the nurses, as you know, are always close by, and they also have to get a good troubleshooting. And what you can do, you have small groups of people, and you just stress them in front of this system. And I guess Hans will tell you a little bit more about the software details that we have. And this software just takes like further improvement step to step, from course to course. And the reactions from the people that take part are really good. So Hans, do you continue with some details on the software, right?
Sorry, yeah, yes, I will. You stop sharing and then I can share again?
Yeah.
All right. I'm trying to. Now, just give me a second. Here we go. It should be here.
Yep.
And you can see the screen, right? So I'm just giving you a short overview where we started. So this is now, we are living now in a virtual world. We cannot do on-site training for people in different areas. So now we do a lot of things in augmented reality and in virtual reality. This would be the start screen with all the configurations where we can configure this, the patient. We create different lab parameters for this patient. We can create a pump, record, and we can also integrate a lot of information about the patient, like ultrasound video clips. We can even now grab the information or the pictures live from the patient. The system is based on licenses, and everyone can open, according to his license, the different features like left heart bypass, for example, or mini bypass. But we focus mainly on ECMO the last 1.5 years. And this is how the legacy screen, we call it legacy screen, how it looks like. It has a gas blender, it has a ventilator, and of course everything is fully functional via the touchscreen monitors. And we can also have heater coolers, we have ACT machines. We can set the initial settings, what you see here, the pressures and the CBP, everything can be set it to the value you want to have in. And we have different types of cerebral monitoring, which is quite important. And the people in Regensburg, they are using INVOS, or the cerebral saturation, on every ECMO patient. And here we can really demonstrate how the flow, how the oxygenation corresponds also with the cerebral saturation. We can add fluids, virtual fluids, and it goes into a fluid panel. And of course, every fluid we take in and out affects also the hemoglobin and the hematocrit of this patient. We can, as I said already, we can fade into the software X-ray pictures like these ARDS or ultrasound video clips. So this is not only for the show. At this time, we can really create a complete patient scenario, and we can store these scenarios, and we can replay these patients, and finally we can compare these patients with each other. And this makes it not only as a tool for, let's say, playing around with some with the software, it makes it also interesting for comparing patients and for teaching later on in the education corner. Regarding the oxygenators, there are some really far advanced tools like this one here for the gas transfer. We can show all the results of the gas transfer, of the oxygen delivery and the oxygen consumption, and we can even create a model of the oxygenator if we know the pore size, if we know the inner core, if we know the outer core, and this oxygenator will exactly behave like the oxygenator in real life. But with this computer model, we can always play these scenarios. Another feature is the desired blood gases for patients where, like what Max was telling, people falling into ice water. So their blood gases are far, far out of range. And in this case, we can tell the system what type of desired blood gases we want to have. And so partly the basic stress is sometimes in a range of -28, -30. The pH is in the range of 6.7, 6.8, and the potassium is 12. But the system also upcalculates these abnormal values into a completely changed physiology of this patient. And this reflects, of course, also what you see here in the oxygen consumption, oxygen delivery. We can adjust the systemic vascular resistance. We can split the heart and the left and the right ventricle. We can give him a left heart failure and a right heart failure, of course, and the easiest is a heart rate. However, the most interesting thing is all simulation systems for ECMO are mainly dealing on the respiratory tract. We are focusing also on the metabolic factor. And with the metabolic factor, we can give the patient a higher or a lower metabolism. And this will, of course, also reflect in the blood gases. What you see here, this is my preview of blood gases. Of course, now this patient is not ventilated, so the blood gases are a little bit out of range. And we can also follow the oxygen consumption and the oxygen delivery. If we look at the pulmonary variables, which is important for the ventilation of this patient, we can change the pulmonary compliance, we can change the dead space, pulmonary shunt fraction, and of course we can also play with the oxygenator. And when we look at the cannula, especially for the dual lumen cannulas, we can also tell the system how the recirculation rate of this cannula should be. When we start, whoops, this would be the panel for the respiration. It shows quite a lot of different parameters which are interesting for the respiratory therapist, and these are all the equations where we are bringing in what you see here on the right side, the two lung components. What you see here are the two lung components of the patient, where we can see the relationship between the blood flow and the alveolar ventilation. Let's move a little bit forward. This is one of the most interesting things. We can also select cannulas, and with this cannula selection, we get on the simulator exactly the same resistance or obstructions what we get with a real cannula. Let's go into the virtual world now. This is our patient here. We put in a cannula. We can change the type, the size of the cannula. And if we have chosen the right cannula, we can also modify the depth, how deep the cannula is inserted. And of course, the depth is very relevant for the drainage on these patients. And of course, we can also modify the rotation, which is quite important for cannulas, especially for dual lumen cannulas. We can ventilate these patients with a real fully functional ventilator. We have cerebral oxygenation measurement by INVOS. So we simply place these pads here on the patient, and then we got the result. We can give these patients drugs from the IV pumps. And of course, we have an ECMO machine, which is fully functional, and we can pump. On the wall, we are having a TV screen where we can display educational videos specific on this type of patient, which is on treatment here. And I don't want to go to cardiopulmonary bypass, only this here. Also the management of the heparin with the HMS Plus system is also fully functional. So we can really play a complete patient scenario, including all parameters, what we want to display. So at this time, I think it is the time more or less over, and I will stop sharing the screen. Good. Dr. Rajkumar, are there any questions from your side? Here you are. Hello.
Yeah. Hi. Yeah. Dr. Maximilian, of course, this is a very high-tech product. ECMO itself is still making inroads in a country like India. So have you had any early adapters in India or in the South Asian subcontinent?
Sorry, just repeat the question. I just didn't get the last word.
Have there been any early adapters of this technology, this simulation technology in India or the South Asian subcontinent? People have been trying this out. Do you have any data on that?
No, we don't have data for India, but at least for our international course, we always had people here also from India, from Pakistan, and this is just, the software is quite new. So to further develop this is as the ECMO patients are quite, there are a lot of very specific things that you have to simulate. So now, for the last year, this program was just really, really close to realistic. So I think this will just speed up. And now, of course, with the pandemic, it's even important that we can do this cloud-based, web-based, so people don't even have to come here. But it helps to really teach a lot of details for specialists.
Does it have a subscription model as such? Or is it like a license?
No, it is both, Dr. Rajkumar. It is you can have the hardware, the full version, and of course it includes a perpetual license. However, due to the restrictions in travel, we are planning to have the software also available in the cloud as a cloud version, and this allows the user, instructor, and student as well to connect with the cloud, also, of course, with a license code. And this allows also to play scenarios or teach from one place to the other, even if these places are very, very remote from each other. So this is already in the testing phase. However, it will take another 3 months to have it in a stable version available.
Really looking forward to that, because we really hope that, because I said ECMO is something which is still not commonly available in a country like India, right? The very few centers which implement ECMO in their patient care. I fortunately come from a center that has done this in the past. So I know it takes an interprofessional approach. It takes a lot of team effort to get a patient onto an ECMO. So we really hope that you can get to a software subscription model where people can use the software exclusively and learn from it. Do you also have instructional ECMO videos where people who have no idea about ECMO can learn about it?
Yes, it is. As you said right before, ECMO is a team approach, and one thing are the technical aspects, or let's say the hurdles and the pitfalls, which are given with the ECMO treatment. However, the most important thing is that we are training, that we are playing to work as a team, and this is what Regensburg is teaching really in a very good and extensive form. And of course, the most important thing, if you start a program for ECMO training, the most important thing is the communication between the groups which are involved in this treatment: anesthesia, perfusion, nursing, and pulmonologists, and maybe even surgeons.
Yes, and absolutely right, Hans. And of course, there are some videos, like, basic information, but if you really like start from scratch, I would always like recommend to have like a full course and not only learn by videos, and because the interaction between the people is important, and to analyze also what is the situation in the hospital to start an ECMO program is very depending on what their whole infrastructure is like. So it's different in every house how the teams are put together.
They have, for example, the exchange of an oxygenator, which is one of the, let's say, routine activities during an ECMO run. You can watch at least 50 different videos on YouTube on this. However, if you are standing first time in front of a pump, you have to have it in the hand. You have to practice. You have to think, okay, step one, step two, what's the next step? And even if it's connected to a simulator, it is creating a kind of stress for the students, and it is even more challenging than just listening to a PowerPoint presentation or watching a video on YouTube. So this is why we are pushing simulation as much as we can, simply because we know this learning pyramid. If you do it with your hands, you will learn much faster than by reading, watching movies, and so on. Yeah, thank you.
Thank you so much, Mr. Hans and Dr. Maximilian. It was a pleasure hosting you, and we hope you have access to the rest of the conference and see what we have in store as part of simulation. And maybe someday we can have you come to India and present this at our simulation conference. Thank you for your time.
Would be our pleasure. Thanks, Dr. Rajkumar. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Goodbye.
At this hall, we'll be breaking for lunch. We hope to gather back at 2 p.m. So even after 2 p.m., we'll have parallel sessions in Hall A and Hall B. So I hope that all of you please come back after lunch and enjoy what we have in store for you. Thank you.
Hi, Elsa. Good afternoon.
Hi, Lulu. After a long time.
Yeah, I know I was in hall A, so I had kept both open. Then suddenly I noticed you joined, so I jumped to hall B.
You put on weight?
Yeah, my face.
Yeah, he's chubby. Even I put on weight extra. I have to lose now.
For me, it's more of I think no sleep, and it's kind of.
No, yeah, sleep is another problem. Too many classes, and Monday onwards exam, so rushing through almost minimum 4 hours per day. Oh, I sleep 1:30.
Thank you so much, Elsa. Thank you so much for accepting our invite. And I was very particular that I will moderate this session. Too many things happening. So, Elsa, you want to share screen and just see if it's
I'll
working?
just share my screen. Yes.
Yeah. You have any videos, Elsa? So you make sure.
I'm not putting up videos now. Is it appearing?
Yeah, your screen is visible. We'll test the slideshow.
Yeah, 1 minute. Like where it is going now. Somewhere it is going. My slide is seen.
Yeah, your slide is seen.
Okay, now it's 1 minute. I just sharing.
Yes, yes,
okay.
it's moving also. Yes.
Okay, fine.
You can put up your first slide and keep, Elsa.
This is like the slide.
Yeah, just you can leave it on, Elsa.
I'm just reminding you our building, okay? Your famer building.
Yeah, I know. I think what is the status of classes right now, Elsa? Students are in campus?
Everything is on site, and then I think I opened up the famer classroom 2 weeks back. On Saturday and Sunday, I open up 20th and 21st for doing wound care training, TOT. So I'm coming up with industry collaboration and starting the wound academy. So I did my first TOT, and after I slept, there is no time to do the module now. Oh my God, it's too much.
No, and I know it's too much, especially students and your MHP, everything together. Right?
It's becoming too much. So they must be thinking why Elsa kept quiet. But I really like, I'm compressed. And one side I have class from there also. So like every night class, and then oh my God, my class here, exam, and then in between audits, everything goes on.
Oh, okay.
And tomorrow onwards, all the batches have exam for almost a month. So this is going to be
online or offline, Elsa?
Offline.
Okay.
All are here. If one gets corona, all are there. The whole gang is there. But it's good. After a long time waiting on-site class.
So Elsa, I'll just peep into hall A and I will come back to hall B. You can be here, Elsa. I'll come back soon. Okay?
I'll do that.
Yeah. Good afternoon, everyone. We'll be beginning this session in another couple of minutes. Requesting you to stay with us for another 2-3 minutes, and we'll be going on with a much needed topic. And I will be introducing the resource faculty soon. So stay with us.
Cái session hậu tôi này. Cái session hậu tôi đây. Hậu tôi đây.
So welcome back. Good afternoon, everyone. And it's 4 and we'll start. On behalf of the organizing committee at Simulcon, it's a great honor for me to welcome a very dear friend of mine, Dr. Elsa. And Elsa has, just to sum up of what she is, she's a clinician, she is an academician, she's an administrator, and she's a researcher. And she hails from the prestigious Manipal Academy of Higher Education. She's putting on many roles, and just to name a few, she's presently coordinating the MSc Nursing Clinical Specialty, Critical Care and Cardiovascular and Thoracic Nursing. She maintains the quality management system of the Institute from 2009. She actively collaborates in research with multiple international universities, just to name a few, University of West of Scotland, and she also has collaboration with the NHS UK, She is playing an active role in coordinating medication safety certificate course, a strong advocate of interprofessional approach, and she has various other community outreach programs, and she has a strong passion for simulation also. So Elsa, on behalf of the Simulcon, a very warm welcome to you, and thank you so much for accepting our invite and agreeing to deliver the topic simulation for medication safety. Over to you, Elsa.
Thank you very much, Lulu. Lulu, you have been an inspiration to me from the time we had this simulation series, and it always amazes me, and I never can refuse when an invitation comes from my fellows. And I really thank you for the same, and I thank also Raj Kumar for doing this wonderful job of organizing the Simulcon 2021. And I'm sure you all are experiencing a great journey from from the start onwards. Today, I'm just focusing on simulation for medication safety. Here, they have given me a nursing perspective, but I should say it is an interprofessional approach that we need to gather, because we all learn very differently, and that's quite quite a bit of duplication in the clinical practice. So I think we need to look very, very differently in the healthcare today, since we have been a FAMER fellow, and I'm sure all of us realize that learning together and working together is only the solution for healthcare quality. So the aim of medication safety management is to encourage positive attitude towards interprofessional education and practice, because unless we sit together and learn together, I don't think any one of us can bring our students together for safety of the patients as well as quality of care. And here I should say that simulation plays a very important role, because it is the patient who is going to be impacted at the end of the day. So learning in simulation, equipping them with their competencies, and once they're equipped, I think it is safe for us to send them back to the clinical practice. And I think I'm not saying that 100% there won't be error, but it can be minimized to great extent. And we use a lot of role plays and simulation demonstration, live demonstration and re-demonstration in the lab setting, so that at least the student knows what they are doing and what they will be doing in the clinical. And today we need to look at how we analyze medication error from triangular perspective. It is not only from a nursing perspective, but from a triangular perspective that I'll explain to you in the upcoming slides. And also collaborate IP practice for medication safety, which I've already emphasized. That is, we need to sit and learn together. Pharma is one subject we all of us learn. In nursing, we also have pharmacology. Medical learns pharmacology. Pharmacy people learn pharmacology. But all of us learn on a very different perspective. Medical doctors always look at from their prescription point of view. And the pharmacy people always look at from their pharmacodynamics, kinetics, and the research and dispensing. And at the end of the day, it is the nurse who gives the medication to the patient. So unless we know right from prescription to what dispensing and administration, if all of us don't learn the same pattern, I think we are going to have a lot of duplications. If there's a small error in the medication from the prescription, there is going to be error at the end. But when a nurse enters into a clinical field, every doctor or every administrator or every patient expects that the nurse knows everything. But it is not always the same, because today we are having a lot of floating population, and we are not able to retain good nurses in India many times because of the kind of opportunities are waiting for them abroad. So this is a real concern if you look at nationally today. So IP simulation is a way for all of us. We need to train. We can't hold on to anybody from moving around. But if all are equipped and sent out, I think we have a good graduates coming in to play a big role in the medication management. So rights of patient in medication administration, we all of us know that we have 10 rights to be, clearly noted onto the patient, but hardly we do have time to explain to the patient. Many times, patient are at the receiving end for many of the ADs and ADRs that we are looking at. A lot of legal liabilities because of the errors are creeping in. We hear a lot of, fights, and there are a lot of cases, lawsuits so those are happening. If it happens to any one of us, I don't think it is very pleasurable. So I think it is wise that we look at. I'm not saying that there won't be error, there won't be ADs, there won't be ADRs, but we need to, because patient population and the way patient reacts to every drug is very different. But if we follow the entire, the protocols and the standard precautions and the 10 rights of the patient, I think most of the errors could be eliminated. So medication prescription dispensing and the end of the day, administration roles and responsibilities need to be clearly understood by the healthcare team members. That's why I said we'll be looking at how the triangular effect happens. And also one thing is that when we enter into medical field, we think that mathematics is not required. But to some extent, when we want to prescribe, when we want to give especially, we need to calculate. And nowadays, inotropic drugs and drugs for children are coming in small doses. But most of the drug doesn't come in minute doses. They don't come in a fraction of doses. They all come in a maybe a bigger dose, and we have to calculate, reduce, give 1/4, 1/3. But if calculation mistake happens, the difference between a drug and a poison is only the dosage. So higher the dose or lower the dose, only if it is lower the dose may not affect the patient. Higher the dose, you give more than that, it may harm the patient. So it is the patient at the end of the day who is facing the concern. So practical skills through IP simulation, yes, definitely is a way forward, because every drug that you give, any allopathic medicine, any medicine in the on this planet, if you look at every medicine has a side effect. That's why William Osler Riley said, the who takes medicine must recover twice, one from the disease and one from the medicine. So we are going to tackle, see, we have ICU patients whose medications are almost one page full. We try to bring him back to life, but afterwards he has to recover back from the impact of the medication on multiple organs that has impacted. We saved him, but he's going to live with many other concerns and problems. So we need to look at very carefully when you also prescribe and administer medications. So we need to have a strong faculty team. Yeah, it is not enough to say that we have an IP student team, but unless we have a very strong faculty team of IP members, I think we have to come forward and have a very good coordination and progress, because every program runs very differently. Every program is not annual, or some may be semester. Some people have different subjects in different semesters or some different years. So coordinating that is going to be quite chaotic. So we need to look at very carefully by the faculty members, which we need to really come together. So IPE and IPP team of students, we do have workshops on medication safety, which is one workshop, part of my FEMA project, which we took through, and it has become institutionalized. So we have the medical team, entire medical team, nursing team, and the pharmacy practice team. Additional to this, I also have a faculty team from the forensics, and also from the practice field, especially the pharmacy department who are practicing their medications in the clinical area. So we have multiple groups of faculty coming together, along with multiple groups of students. So I had medical student, nursing student, pharmacy practice. And one point of time, I also had allied students and dental. Because dental also, they use some kind of medications which is used for injecting for the local anesthesia and things like that. So to develop their skills, we also have few of the dental students into the program. So we run through a certificate course where the student actually takes 4 credits and go home. So one of the success story that we hear is that I had a student who was in PharmD. So when she passed out, and she, for her luck, not only this certificate credit of 4 credits, we had a collaborative simulation, medication safety simulation with the Minnesota University and Kabul University, and that was a time when the students were undergoing this workshop. So they asked me, in fact, do a model workshop. So I did, and they were getting a certificate from the 3 universities together. So this certificate actually made a big difference in the life of the students, because when this particular student had to go to Canada and she was applying for the project, this certificate helped her get a good job. She called me from there and she said, ma'am, because of your certificate, I got this post very easily. And this was maybe only one out of the 30 students, but it was very rewarding for us to get good placement. Now, if you look at medication errors in India, we do not report much, but already in 2000, big reports are already given through the Institute of Medicine, to say that this was a very big, huge publication where they said to err is human. It's also a proverb, but they see that 98,000 deaths per year in medical errors that time. Okay, and it is the 8th leading cause of death. And if you look at the literature, just next to sepsis, it is the errors, drug errors, which is accounting the second highest, cause of death if you look at. And it is, and WHO, we also have the report which is reported by Dr. Giridhar, saying that 5.2 million medical errors are happening in India annually. This is in 2016 publication. We do not know now, but no hospital wants to project their errors. So errors are not recorded and reported, in a complete picture as it should be. So now it is for us to look at how do you see the healthcare scenarios in India, and from the patient point of view, we need to very clearly look at tomorrow if I am the patient, how it would be. So I think we have to look at very carefully to how the healthcare functions, especially with this medication. And during this pandemic, it's all the more tricky because people are purchasing their own over-the-counter medication, including all the antibiotics. They have been actually abusing the antibiotics also in this pandemic times. So WHO rightly said medical error is the top 10 killers. So it's happening lots. And I think all of us as healthcare professionals, we need to be ready to prevent errors. I think we need to work together. And working together is the only solution, but understanding our roles and responsibilities, keeping our ethics in mind, completely our professional ethics. It is rightly said, medicine used to be very simple, ineffective, and relatively safe. Now it is very complex, effective, and potentially dangerous too, because the kind of drugs that has come in the market, the kind of diseases, drug-resistant diseases that's coming in, actually management becomes very critical. And I think all of us need to think very carefully, whether I'm in critical care medicine, whether I'm in EMD, whether I'm an ICU nurse, or we need to look at very differently. And for patient point of view, we need to look at it. So why do we have to have IP and IPP, which I always said 3 times already have been said, it is step forward. We need to look at, because medical doctors are going to prescribe, and there also errors can keep in, because we do not have all specialists all the time in the critical care units. We have the interns, we have the students, interns, postgraduates of all courses into the. So all of us, to some extent, they are not all experts. There's this learning. There can be a lot of errors coming in, dispensing errors from the pharmacy, and also administration errors to the nurses. So all these ADs and ADRs and the report them need to be in place. Now, all of us, all hospitals, almost corporate hospital, all undergo accreditation system over and over again. But how do we manage this? This is one of the area, very specific area where they always look at, and this is the place always people try to find faults. But many a times it is always covered under fire, but we cannot cover the fire with the cloth for a long time. But I think we need to hold responsible. That means we need to see that we learn together and practice properly. Plus, teaching patient is prime important. We have patient counseling units in the pharmacy, but how many of them are we able to do so? Out of 100 patients, how we educate? So I think we need to have a mass education for people going home with medication, especially any drugs above 5 tablets if you give or injectable. There's a lot of non-compliance happening. So I think this is one area we need to emphasize by all the healthcare team members, and also working environment, especially in nursing. If you look at the environment is very punitive. You make a small mistake, they punish you. So there is always imbalance kind of happenings in the clinical area. That is why they cover up many times, be it nursing or be it medical or any field. If it is punitive, people do not report. So I think we need to have a system where people will freely report and take action so that patients don't get into complications. We can prevent the incomplete treatment. So that we are able to reduce the legal liabilities. And this is what happens. Many times doctors complain saying that when legal issue comes, is the doctor who goes and fights in the court. And we also think that the patient is ours. So this is what we need to understand. Medication is the one thing that which is very viable and very dynamic. So this dynamism need to be handled with a team. So if any errors happens between the prescription made by the doctor, physician, the pharmacy saying it, and who are administering to the patient, if there is one small error in any one of them, the patient is already going to suffer from various ADs or ADRs. So we need to be very careful. This is a huge challenge laid on the Indian context where we do not have. So we just have a small fact saying that Emily Jerry was 2 years old, means she lost her life after a pharmacy technician filled her intravenous bag with more than 20 times the recommended dose of sodium chloride. So child went into hyponatremia where you have the brain dysfunction. We all know the 0.9% only is the one that we give normal saline. But if you give more than that, we are supposed to give in the form of infusion through infusion pump. But if you have just infused like that, of course, the child is going to have a brain dysfunction. That is how Emily died. You can imagine if your own cute child dies because of medical errors, you will have hard time forgiving that act of carelessness. So we need to reflect and see in this case what went wrong, how your team can help prevent all this, okay, and also how we can prevent the legal concern. We all need to come back together, and we need to see how learning has been emphasized purely on how critically the students are going to look at from different point of view and how they practice together. So when they learn together and practice together, the resistance between the profession becomes much more at ease, and we can function much better. So in this context, I think collaborative communication becomes very important, because we need to have common goals for patient. We need to have trust among ourselves, and also the integrity that we need to maintain. You may think medication is one simple activity a medical professional does, but this is the sole, for which we are all working on it, and it's changing every day. Sometimes if you do not go to the clinical for 1 month, the shape of the tablet changes, and even a name may change. So we need to keep ourselves updated with the kind of consensus that we go through as a healthcare team members. So we in healthcare, especially in ICU, we have a lot of emergencies, especially in the emergency department. In the ICUs, we have a lot of places where you need to use your closed loop communication, because this is important, or on the operation theater. That is why many a times we find swabs inside the surgery wound, inside the wound, or leaving out instruments inside, or many things can happen, or errors in the medication that's happening. So we need to have a kind of counter check, and also a kind of a process which is known as closed loop communication. So here the sender actually calls out, and I'll give you an example also. In any communication, we have a sender who is sending a message to the receiver, and receiver checks back to what they have perceived is right, and to the sender. And closed loop is that again you tell out, okay, whatever they have said, you are going to paraphrase and see that it is understood equally by the sender as well as by the receiver, so that you have given the right thing that we are supposed to give. So here sometimes the surgeon will shout out saying that hang on another unit of blood. Now who will hang is the problem. If we do not who is going to do it, is going to have confusion. So in a closed loop communication, the surgeon will say, Mary, hang another unit of blood, and Mary would reply, yes, I'm hanging another unit of blood, and then she has done it. So this is how you visualize using various checklists. That's why in any critical care area, we use ISPAR technique, and we also use these checklists. But how many of us, regularly and sincerely use them? That's important for us to also. Many times they go on for shortcut methods, and that's quite dangerous for us. So we need to we need to do this. Communication sounds very easy. It's not always. It is not. So this may sound very simple and silly to people, but this is I think this is the one success factor we need to think about. So even communication, we need to teach students with simulation how they need to communicate in certain situations. So so you need to understand, for quality education and practice, we faculty need to work together, students need to work together. So I just have one scenario where you can use your chat box, and then maybe Lulu can help me see the chat box, because in this I can't see in between. So who should be among your team members to treat a patient with diabetic foot? So can you just spend 30 seconds to who all are important when you take care of a patient with diabetic foot?
Yes, Elsa, I'm just keeping an eye on the chat box. So cannot see anything right now.
Or if they can want to unmute, and if they want to share.
I think they are unable to unmute because there's a huge crowd, Elsa. So we've not given them the option to unmute. But if they are typing on the chat box, I will get to see it here.
Yeah. So I said, they can also keep adding so that we don't run out of time. So see, when you have a diabetes, the patient is coming, actually diabetic foot is actually a complication. So we need to understand, you have the diabetologist or the diabetic, they basically look at maybe of different age. So you have physician, you have the gerontologist, sometimes they are elderly, and you also have podiatrists, the nurses, there are so many members, or a surgical team will come in if it is involving debridement and things like that. So we have multiple members coming in. So with one condition, we have so many people to work together. So this is what I'm trying to say, that more people. And patient is going to go home now. So patient may go home to a village. So he may need the nurse who is there in the sub center for a dressing, or patient has to come back. So there can be a lot of people involved in the care of one condition that we hold very, very dear to our country. Because we have become the capital of diabetes And so we need to look at very carefully which chronic practices we need to work together as team member very, very crucially. So some issues can be there when you have collaborative learning and how we deal among the various professions. So a lot of personal values and expectations from various professions, because we are trained very differently. We are trained with different years, different expertise, different competency levels. So personal differences, hierarchy in our own institution, disruptive behaviors of some of the members, and also culture and ethnicity from where we belong to. The generational differences, like 10, 30 years older physician will have different perspective than today's doctors who are just booming up. Okay, gender differences, historical interprofessional rivalries that we have, differences in the jargon that we use, and there are so many that we're looking at. Various level of preparation, diluted professional identity, concern regarding clinical responsibility, complexity of care, and also the rapid decision-making changes that's happening in the clinical environment. So we need to actually work together because it's a very complex healthcare system. So culture of support need to be there for all of us. So we need to be more familiar than following too much of formalities, but more of a group from familiarity. We have to have open dialogues, and also if students go on open rounds together in the clinical area, I think we are going to see life without duplication. Or each one of us are going to see same time case, or we are going to follow the consultant at the round. So I think that's going to help us a lot. And definitely when we communicate well, the disruptive behavior will reduce completely, and making our environment non-punitive is very important. So that cordial relation and help to function well is important. So this is about the courses that we run in Mahe. It's very successful, and we are coming up next batch in the month of February again. So we have a lot of medical. First time the medical students are into a simulation lab where they are doing IM injection, intradermal, subcutaneous, and IV prick, and all that. So we have live demonstration for all the students, irrespective of which health sciences they belong to. So some IP, I was just looking at IP simulation in medication safety, few challenges and what we can do in a very simple way. So many times we feel that there is lack of research support and educational program in IP in all our organizations. So it is good that IP fellows initiate certain session of this kind, and then actually you can institutionalize in your organization across the health sciences so that they all learn together. I'm not saying that the whole coverage of the topic will be happening. No, maybe very some specific areas where they need demonstration, they can all come together and learn. I think that itself will already have a lot of easing the differences between the professions. So lack of coordination between competency and also the time frame. Timetables are very different. So when I tried doing this workshop for the first time, also I had a tough time getting the students on board because one has a clinical in another unit, another one goes somewhere. So it's very difficult to catch up that timetable. But we can definitely look at it, the time differences, or maybe on weekend or some other time we need to find our own, the most convenient time. Resource limitation, and also including faculty and financial resources. I think that management should actually look at this investing. So today money speaks for everything. You want to have a simulation place for a medication, it's quite expensive. It looks very simple but quite expensive. So we need to look at for things for OSCE, because OSCE is the only way you can look at their competencies, if they have actually learned exactly what they are supposed to do in the lab, so that they can go to the patient side. And also administrative barriers and faculty resistance. So I think we are very few fellows in each organization now. We are spreading our wings per skill. We need to create more awareness after awareness to the people whom we work, and also taking action for the same. So I think telling them the success story is important. All of us have got very good stories to tell. We have a lot of stories. Each one of us is full of stories. So I think the success stories need to be told to our faculty as well as the students. So benefits of IP, if you look at, it is going to optimize the health services, definitely, strengthen the health system, and also improve healthcare outcomes. So these are the three things that we are looking at the end of the day. So once students can develop these collaborative communication skills, so that they have a very cordial relation when they work together, collaborative practice, so that less conflict and also less confusion in the clinical environment, better experience of learning together and practicing together, understanding each other's roles and responsibilities, positive coordination, avoid duplication, and also quality patient care, and at the end of the day, holding accountable for what they are doing, and also relatedness in the practice. So these are the very important benefits the student can get, so that when they are already doing here in our country, elsewhere they are totally expected to do so. because practice is very serious performance the student need to do. So I think if they learn this, it'll be easy for them wherever they are placed. So with these few words, I would like to thank the organizers and Dr. Lulu for moderating this session. Thank you very much. If there's any question, you can raise it.
Yes, thank you so much, Elsa, for summarizing so much in 30 minutes, starting from how healthcare errors, what is the role of medication, where does it rank among the healthcare errors, what do we need to do about it, and bringing into medication safety and interprofessional approach. And as you rightly said, bringing in all the stakeholders is the way forward. And training our end users or students from all healthcare professionals through simulation. Yes, we all are here to advocate that. But again, rightly mentioned, that is the way forward for the outcome. So thank you so much, Elsa. And there's one question, Elsa. What resources did you use for your certificate course, medication safety certificate?
I didn't get you. Just repeat once more.
Yes, Elsa, there is a question.
Yes.
What are the resources you have used for your medication safety course? I think maybe they mean equipment, I think.
Okay, fine. So when we use medication, we start right from oral medication to intradermal, then subcutaneous, IM injections, then intravenous, and up to learning up to how to prick a patient with a cannula, and then even blood transfusions, IV fluid calculations. And we use all the equipments. They are looking simple, but they're expensive because cannula is also expensive. So each student is going to hold, because one time, one cannula you prick and get out, you cannot re-prick again. So sometimes they use once or twice, one or two cannulas. So we use all these simple equipments we buy. Actually, these workshops are chargeable because we can't give free of cost because we use lots of them. And then another facility that we use is the lab, where OSCE labs are used. So the students, one by one, they'll have, we have different stations. So at least 4 or 5 faculty will be there at one point of time in every station. So the student comes one by one, they do all the demo. So for every demo, we have to have all the things kept for them. So all we use fresh. We don't give them the old one for, legal procedure also. The student has they have the opportunity to use because they are paying for it. So we charge them, but we train them good. So we use later on the simulation lab also, and then we use our own labs for demonstrations.
Rightly said, Elsa. And for low resource settings, and just a suggestion from my side to the audience, you can also contact your pharmacy or your, the vendors. A few of them do give us expired cannulas actually. So such things, again, like Elsa said, depending on your local legal formalities, it can be used. But drugs, like Elsa mentioned, we do not get because you need to give it back before expiry. So there's one more question, Elsa. How did you manage to get the principals to send the students?
Well, yeah, because I hosted my workshop on weekend because like third Saturday is holiday here in Manipal. So the students, when they know that they are getting good certificate, they are motivated. So, and then keeping them awake is like, you have to give good refreshment, and then you schedule the session in such a way that you have smaller breaks in between and a lot of communication. So that's how 2 days in between, like I cannot do it on a weekdays. So I have to do on holidays, but they really stayed back. I should say the students were quite interested because they had multiple interaction with international students also. Actually, that kept them, very happy, and it was successful. So I had to use weekends.
Yes,
there's no other goal.
Yes. I think a lot of educators in our audience, so that's why the implementation.
There is a resistance. There will be resistance, but if it is, they say use Saturday or Sunday. So that is only one opportunity I took.
Yes. I did the same too, Elsa. I called the students on Saturday and Sunday because the
only our Saturday and Sunday will go, but it's okay if we do something nice for students. And that's a kind of, at least something we give to them.
Yes. And like you said very aptly, the importance of communication also during these IP simulation sessions, and all these immersions and hands-on experience actually are engaging. That's why the students want to come back. and they're very motivated, and it is not a part of our structured curriculum. So much warranted during these times. So I cannot see any more questions, Elsa. So thank you so much once again, Elsa, for your time and for your content. So once again, thank you so much, Elsa.
Thank you so much. Thank you so much.
Yes. So to the delegates, we come to an end of day 1 of Simulcon. We request you all to join us tomorrow for more exciting sessions. And we do have something very interesting and innovative for the first time, that is the Sim Roundtable tomorrow afternoon. So please do join us. The agenda is on the conference platform. So signing off for day 1. Thank you so much, Elsa, once again.
Bye.
Thank you, everyone. Good evening.
Bye.